All right, and we are
Something you wish to report?
back.
Go on. You have my undivided attention.
That was weird. All right, the crackling sounds better. At least it sounds a little bit better on my end. All right. There we go. We are live once again. We are having some technical issues. We're here to do GENSHIN 4.7. I'll splice this into the final edit. But I was having some technical difficulties. It sounds better now. It might have been the multi-stream. The multi-stream is what was giving me trouble. And just streaming on Twitch sounds better. Alright. So when I finally re-upload this all as a VOD to YouTube, I'll stitch together my last video and this video. I'm still hearing some stuttering, but a lot less than I was. Like, less crackling. So, quick update. We started 4.7. Went to Samara City. Catherine told us of a request.
We made it to Vamara Village!
Nope, there it is.
Why don't we talk to some of the villagers to learn a little bit more about the missing guy?
Meaning it
If
was
this
all
commission is really
pointless.
as challenging as Catherine made it out to be, we're gonna need to carry out a very detailed investigation.
Because it doesn't do this when I'm not live. Oh, this is the worst. It's not electromagnetic interference. It's not dust or debris, bit rate. Go to a place with consistent music. Alright, that might do it. Yeah, no, I'm not loving this. This is not great. 44.1 kilohertz. Leave that stereo, disable that, set to my microphone. It's the only...
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
Alright. Yeah. I can still hear an ever so slight crackle. Hopefully it's gone for the most part, but I'm gonna have to play. Like, I literally did Sandland last night with the exact same settings.
Hello there. You looking to buy something? I do business in this area.
Hey.
Oh,
Alright, so
no,
we're looking for a
we're
missing
adventurers.
villager.
Catherine sent us to look into a commission here.
Ah, so you're here about that then. You're not the first, that's for sure.
Alright.
We've certainly made a lot of trouble for you all. To be honest, we aren't holding out much hope. Many adventurers have made their way out here, confident they'd be able to help us, only to leave soon after with nothing to show for their effort. We've pretty much had it up to here in questions, and the area around the village has practically been overturned in search of clues. But no one has been able to make any headway.
So, this person we're looking for, what's his name? Where did he live?
I don't know. I really have no clue.
Okay, guess you're...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound short with you. I was actually just giving you my answer to your questions.
Is there anything
I
you
know it
can
may
tell
seem
us?
like we don't have anything to offer by way of information, but I promise you, we all have a very strong impression of him. When you live in the same village as someone, you develop a lot of memories together, yet we just don't know the specifics. Maybe we did at one point, but that information is long gone. At least that's what everyone in the village seems to think.
Well, so
We've
is it
all
like
exchanged what we know.
they...
And that was the only logical
an
conclusion.
Aranara kind of thing?
Alright, specifics aside then, what kind of person was he?
Young guy. In his early 20s, probably. Incredibly kind sort of person. Always willing to lend a helping hand. I'd chat with him when I didn't have any customers. I even saw him stick out his neck for others on more than one occasion. Very interesting guy.
Now that you've started talking about him, you don't seem nearly as down in the dumps as you did before.
But of course, everyone in the village is pretty fond of him. We wouldn't have issued that commission. There aren't many young people like him nowadays. So genuine and pure.
Could he have just moved away?
No, he's not the type to leave without saying goodbye. And anyway, moving away without being seen by a single person in the village?
Huh. Alright.
It's that guests I hear.
Hi, Grandpa Amadea. We're here to help you look for the guy that's gone missing.
Ah, so that's what brings you to these parts. Coming all this way for our sake. That's so very kind of you.
I have a theory
With your
already.
help, I trust that young man's case is in good hands.
Could you tell us a bit about him?
Of course. I'm happy to help any way I can. With my failing eyesight, I'm afraid I can't offer much about his appearance. But I do remember hearing the sound of his voice. I don't think his parents are still living in the village. But somehow he never seemed lonely. In fact, he was usually the one offering companionship to others. He would often take time to visit the elderly, or
I want
play
to
with
finish
the
this bit,
orphans
then
in the
I'll
village.
pitch you my theory.
And whenever someone had something on their mind, he was there to listen with open ears. As the village chief, I owe him many thanks. Helping villagers navigate difficult moments in their lives should have been one of my responsibilities. But he was often the one rising to the occasion.
Wow. He seems like such a nice and gentle person, but, you wouldn't happen to...
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I just can't remember. No matter how you look at it, I should know those things. But for some reason, no matter how hard I try to remember, the information just doesn't come. Perhaps my age really has caught up with me this time.
It's okay. There's no need to force yourself to try and remember. We'll figure something out. Well, Traveler, what do you think?
Probably more to this case than meets the
I
eye.
think so too. Like, the name thing. It's so weird that no one remembers his name, and nobody has been able to tell us anything about his family or where he lived. It's like this guy's been erased from reality or something.
It's more like to say he only exists in people's memories or in people's dreams.
Wait, so you're saying it's not that he's been erased, necessarily, but more like he never existed? Okay, Paimon's gonna need some time to process that one. Someone who only exists in people's memories?
Could it be like what happened with Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? Like some sort of mass
You two are the adventurers
alteration?
who just arrived, right? You're here for the Vamara Village Commission?
Yep, sure are. We were just looking into the...
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank goodness you haven't given up. I've been so worried the
theory
Adventurers
is
Guild
right
might
here.
cancel our commission. My name is Atosa, by the way. I grew up here in Vamara Village. Anyway, I just wanted to say, please keep searching for a missing villager. I'm begging you. You have to find him.
We could track him
Yeah,
down.
no need to worry. We'll give it our best shot. So, were you close to the missing villager?
I'm not sure this counts as a lead, but follow me.
Alright. So, the... Hasn't updated yet. There it is. It's called Bedtime Story. Bedtime Story conjures the image of dreams. We obviously have these two meeting in a very ethereal-looking location. After Hero Trolls listen to Bedtime Story that day, all Hero Trolls have a dream. A young soul waved goodbye, and the people of the sun slept together warmly. Alright. My shot in the dark is that it is our sibling, but not really. It is a dream version of the Abyss sibling. That is my guess. Which would be a shame because I am looking forward to a good and proper reunion. This? Ah! Not that.
Is this the place?
What's in the tree?
Under this tree?
Yep. I know it doesn't look like much, but this place is very meaningful to me. We used to always sit together under this tree and talk. Sometimes we would look up at the clouds in the sky, or stop to feel the wind against our skin. We could sit there for hours at a time, never realizing how long it had been. I was actually adopted by the people of Vamara Village. The forest rangers found me in the woods as a child. I was surrounded by such good people, and growing up in the village was so lively. Still, there were times when I couldn't help but feel incredibly alone.
Alone?
How should I put it? When something's bothering you, or when you have good news to share, you always want to talk about it with somebody. Everyone has their own problems to deal with. Even if I might want to confide in others, I don't want to become a burden.
I get what you mean.
Really? You know exactly how I feel?
I used to have someone like that, a family member that I could talk to no matter what. But now I have a lot of friends who understand me and would be happy to hear me out.
Wow, that sounds really nice. You're quite lucky. When it comes to our missing villager, well...
Why are there two
I guess you could
people
say
up in that
to
tree?
me. He felt like both. A family member I could rely on, and a friend who could really understand me. No matter what came my way, I knew
that
I
little
could
her?
always talk to him. He was so thoughtful and pure. And patient, too. Whenever I talked to him, he would always seem
Oh,
so
no, I got another
interested,
theory.
As ever since he disappeared. There's been so much I wanted to tell him. No, none of those things matters now. I just really want to see him again.
Wow, you two must have been really close. Did he ever tell you anything about himself?
He mostly just talked about interesting things he saw around the village. He'd share a lot of his own wild ideas as well. Oh, right! I did ask him about his parents once. But all he said was, they're not here anymore. I didn't know whether that meant they had left the village or passed away, and I didn't want to pry.
Still not much to go off of.
Look at me. Talking your ear off and still nothing to show for it.
You helped us better
the last
understand
time
him.
I talked this much in one go was when we were still together. Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours.
Well, time always seems to pass slower when you're relaxed, right? What's wrong, Traveler?
It's always the same time of day and it never seems to pass. This is definitely not a regular missing persons case. What it says that it said could be the key to unraveling this.
Hey, look at those hilly churls over there. Doesn't it seem like they're acting a little strange?
And an abyss mage.
The Abyss Order. Could they be the ones behind all of it? Uh-oh, we've been spotted! Quick,
Bow your head.
Boing, boing, boing!
Silence!
Overruled. Witness my rise. Illusion shattered.
Bow your head.
Jumpy Dumpy Go!
Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting monsters to show up.
It was no
As
trouble.
long as we didn't kill the Hilichurls. What is the Abyss Order doing around here?
Now that I think about it, the healing trolls around Vilmara village have been a lot more active lately. They seem agitated and would often attack anything in sight. Chief Amadea doesn't allow the children to play in the area around the village anymore.
Maybe the Abyss Order really is involved. Well, we should head back and check out the situation in Vilmara village just in case. If the Abyss Order is plotting something that could spell trouble.
I really wanted to take a look at those two figures sitting in the tree.
Person? It's Dainslev!
Ah, it's you two.
Oh, a friend of yours?
Again, more of what I said earlier before I
Well,
cut
I'll
the
leave you
video.
all to it then.
I still believe the
I
theory
should head
that
back to the village and check up on Chief Amadea and the
the
others.
sinner
anyway.
is Ermin of
See
Ermin's
you
soul,
later.
or Odin.
Yep, see you
And
later,
it's Odin's
Atosa.
tree is the tree of wisdom. And Dane is the bow keeper, or bow keeper, the bow of the tree. The keeper of the
Why do
legacy
you
of
always have to
Ermin.
pop up out of nowhere like that? Is it your life's mission to jump scare us or something?
It's hardly personal, or intentional for that matter. As long as you and I are both in pursuit of the Abyss Order, we're bound to cross paths.
Ah, so you're here to investigate the Abyss Order then. That would explain the monsters you were fighting just now.
Naturally. Hold on. Are you not here for the same purpose?
We're on their tail, but I admit we ran into them on accident.
No matter. It may have taken you a while to catch on, but I'm sure you've also realized by now that there's something strange about this. The Abyss Order is most certainly planning something in this area.
So you think the Abyss Order is behind the Hilly Trail activity?
As things stand, I highly doubt that is their primary motive. I would imagine the increased hilichurl activity is merely a byproduct of whatever it is they're really trying to accomplish.
Still, the Hilly Trail activity is causing a lot of problems for the people here. We should stick around for a while and protect the village, don't you think?
The best way to protect them is by figuring out what the Abyss Order is truly planning. That is how we prevent further tragedy.
Let's see what we can learn. After that, you owe us many
And
answers.
you shall have them. I never intended to hide anything from you. Don't worry. There should be ample time to talk.
You return to Vermar Village and gather intel based on what you learned. I still believe the whole Carry Bear that he purposely led us
So
to
that
Carry
was the
Bear.
commission that brought you here to Vimara Village. Someone who seems to only exist in people's memories. That is indeed quite intriguing. I would agree that it's unlikely you have a simple missing persons case on your hands. However, any possible connection to the Abyss Order is still unclear. It appears all we have by way of clues is increased hilichurl activity, and that is certainly not much to go off of.
Now, what about the intel you promised me?
That mysterious voice she heard in her brother's memory. The one who called himself the Sinner.
Let's get some Sinner lore, yeah.
Traveler, let me ask you this. Do you believe your sibling to have betrayed you?
I want to have faith in him.
I sense hesitation in your words. After all, you still haven't figured out the whole truth of what happened. There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. Irreparable damage has not yet been done. The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. He and his fellow sinners have long betrayed me, and long betrayed their nation. His name is Vedrfolnir,
Ooh!
the Visionary.
A name we heard from Skirk. Tied in with, the Fowl and Rhindottir. They're alchemists. Okay. Alright. Getting rid of this theory. So the sinner is Virdirfolnir. The Visionary. Okay.
I'm loath to admit it, but he is also my kin.
What?
My older brother.
Your brother?
There were 5 of them. The 5 sinners of Kanria.
Alright, I'm taking some screenshots.
The wise, Roptatir. The visionary, Vedrfolnir. Gold,
Rhindottir.
The
And the foul, Sirtologi.
Sirtologi. And Rehir of Solnari, Rerir.
Okay, we're doing a deep dive. Oh boy. Vidifnir is Dane's older brother. And that's another mention of Gold, who's Albedo's creator and the creator of the Foul Dragon. Oh, what was it? What was the name of the dragon that she created? Durin. She was the creator of Durin. Okay. Nerd time. We're not looking at that. We're not looking at that. I was speaking earlier. Yes, Durin. That I think there's a theory that's been going around for a year now, since the last quest, that, or even before that, based on some of the treasures you can find fighting the Abyss soldiers in the chasm, that Ermin of Irminsul, because Ermin was another name for Odin, and Irminsul would be Odin's tree. And it told the story of a sage who hung himself upside down, the Black Serpent Knights. Thank you. The Black Serpent Knights, the artifacts they dropped tell of a sage who hung from a tree to gain knowledge, which is an exact story of what Odin did in Norse mythology. Ermin is another name for Odin. And I like looking up entomology. I am a word nerd. Hraptatir, I believe, is one of the many names of Odin. So that right away, the wise, because Odin was the wise. And it mentions Tyr, who was... Where is it? Odin. Hraptatir, sage. Wise. Which is another name for Odin. Oh, that's interesting. We've heard Verdalfinir. We've heard Sertology. Sertology was the sword wielded by Surt. Rheindotir just means the daughter of Rhine. I can't think of anything in Norse mythology that ties in with Rhine. Rhine maidens. Oh, Rhine is the daughter of ice. Okay. Water nymphs named Rhine. That ties in with Lorelei, which is more Germanic folklore. If that's true, the daughter of Rhine. Rache means revenge. I know that from Sherlock. Rache of Solnari. I see nothing of Solnari in entomology. Ririr is the king of Huns, son of Sigi, grandson of Odin. Okay, so we're getting so many ties to Norse mythology. This is wild.
No matter how eroded my memory may become, I will never forget their names. One day, I shall have my vengeance.
Wait, some of those names sound really familiar. Rhindaughter is the one who created Albedo. Sertology is Skirk's master. And the one we just learned about, Dane's brother, Vedafulnir. If he was the voice of the sinner, then the one who inspired Clotar to create the Abyss Order was him.
So Skirk ties in with the Sertologi's pet was the all-devouring narwhal, and that ties in with Skirk, who ties in with Child. Rheindothir, of course, is a member of the Hexen Circle. The Abyss Order, if that's true, the stone slates we found in the ruin of Fontaine, the one that outlined Fontaine's prophecy, was all Verdir Folnir's doing as well.
They were once people of great esteem in Canria. Those who carried the hopes of the nation. They were the best of their peers, outstanding in their respective fields. 6 of us. Together. We should have been the ones to prevent the disaster. The ones to stop the Vinster King from continuing to rock the foundation of the world.
The Vinster King? Nothing found in true mythology or entomology for Vinster that I can find. Okay.
Yet, deep within,
So
the
6.
5 of them craved something more.
It's not
They
the
could not
8-pointed
resist
star.
The call of the abyss, and divided among themselves a power that could destroy the world. So they became sinners, but also transcendent beings, each in possession of world-shattering power.
Vinster can mean dark.
And when the
The
cataclysm
Dark King,
occurred,
the King of
not
the Abyss.
one of them stood up in defense of their nation. Not one came forward to prevent the tragedy. And for that, they shall never have my forgiveness.
And then, immediately after the fall, or soon after the fall of Conria, our sibling came into contact with the sinner in Caribert.
Indeed. If they are not stopped, the day is sure to come when they will also betray the entire world.
I must think... It must be hard to talk about this. Thank you for telling me.
Of course. As I said, I never intended to hide anything from you.
So, Dane, what have you been looking into all this time?
I've continued to investigate the questions surrounding the Loom of Fate. It's been quite some time since the initial operation was launched. By retrieving the eye of the first field tiller,
yep.
we were able to stop part of their plan from coming to fruition.
Oh, Paimon remembers! Weren't they going to use it to corrupt
Osial,
and make
yep.
a god or something?
Indeed. However, it's obvious that was just some sort of technical experiment.
I think they're still going to try and control a god via technology, and the hints about Osial were just plans leading up to that. If what the theories are true, maybe like Deshret was Ermin. And Deshret never wanted to be considered a god. He said the mortals do not need gods. Hence Conry as a nation without gods. Could they be trying to resurrect him?
The eye was integral to their plan, yet somehow, despite failing to obtain it, they've skipped the experimental phase and found some other way to keep moving forward. There are many signs pointing to that effect.
Then, what should we do? It's not too late, is it?
Our most pressing concern is to determine the purpose of the Loom
That'd
of
be
Fate.
cool.
From there, we'll be able to deduce the Abyss Order's true objective. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, I suspect the Loom of Fate is related to the ley lines in some way.
The ley lines?
We know the ley lines are connected to Ermin's soul and used to gather knowledge.
Traveler, you were able to observe your siblings' memories last time, yes? I believe that was due to the fact that the ley lines in that area were unstable. My recent investigation has shown that Abyss Order activity in a particular area is usually followed by a series of issues with the ley lines.
Ley lines are access the memory of the world, and they store the memories within Irminsul. So if there's messing with the ley lines, that's restoring the memories of this town of a person who shouldn't exist. My guess, who that person is, could also be Scaramouche, aka Kunikazushi, aka Wanderer, aka Hat Guy, aka in my game his name is Kaze. So maybe that's it?
Then our commission here in Vimara Village. The person who seems to exist only in people's memories.
Memories, ley lines, with a Luma Fate, a missing person who doesn't exist. What's the connection?
It's certainly possible. I'll join your investigation tomorrow. This missing persons case
Again,
could
the
very
fact
well
that this
turn out to be the key to unraveling these mysteries.
Let's think about the Dane quests. The first one took place in Mondstadt, after Mondstadt. The second one took place in Liyue, after Liyue. The third one took place in the Chasm, after Inazuma. Still introduced a new area, though. The fourth took place in Sumeru, with Carabear. The fifth one is taking place back in Sumeru. That's kind of building the strong theories that Conria is under Sumeru.
Well, if we're teaming up with Dane again, we're gonna need all the energy we can get.
Which again, I think
Let's try
also
investigating
builds
somewhere
more
a
thing
little
that
further
Deshret
away
is
tomorrow.
Ermin.
Oh, so tired. Paimon used way too much brain juice yesterday. It's all Dane's fault saying all that complicated stuff.
That's right, it was confirmed in the last quest. Or, we know, I think he said that the entrance to Conria. I don't know if he said Conria itself. Because we saw that door underneath the desert of Harava Madreth. My head's a
Well,
mess.
let's go find Dane.
First things first, let's check a mirror to make sure I'm still me and not my sibling.
Woo. Dane? Hello, Dane? Why are you just zoning out? Did something happen?
The missing person from your commission. Could you describe them?
Oh, young guy, early 20th?
There appear to be certain memories in my mind that weren't there before. Memories of him.
Maybe we just talked too much about it?
No, it wasn't a dream. They're memories.
Memories are leaking
Memories
from
that
Irminsul.
suddenly- And I'm certain I've never met this person before.
What exactly do you remember?
Handing him the eye of the first field tiller.
What? Okay, so this missing person definitely
What?
has something to do with the Abyss Order then.
Absolutely. Thanks for lurking. I'll see you around. I'm gonna keep talking and blabbing. But, good luck. I'll see you later.
And it appears he possesses the ability to
Implant
memories
memory
into the minds of
implanting.
others.
Now, what we know about Irminsul is when you remove memories from Irminsul, it does not alter the world. But maybe that's what the Loom of Fate does? Is if you alter the memories of Irminsul, you can alter fate? Change events by changing the memory of the world?
Wait then. All the memories the villagers have of him, Could they be fake too? But why would he do something like that?
Whatever the Abyss Order is planning, an important truth has been revealed to us this morning.
What sort of truth?
This is wild.
That their goal is still to obtain the eye of the first field tiller.
Yeah.
They haven't stopped searching for it. I am the
That was
only
such
person who
a
knows its
nothing
location.
quest.
Perhaps implanting that particular memory was an attempt to interfere with my mind in some way.
What if that memory is real?
Your concerns are not entirely unfounded. I don't believe the Abyss Order is capable of altering reality like that just yet. However, considering their single-minded
was my
pursuit
worry.
of the eye, I would say an equal level of caution is in order on our part. Come with me. We must check whether the eye is still in our possession.
Oh, so you're going to take it?
What if someone follows us if we go straight there and someone's on our trail? Will we just be exposing the eye's location? Maybe the reason the Abyss Order implanted to force Dane to confirm the eye's location. Given what I know, I'm sure Danny's already thought of it. But he has a plan.
Of course.
Gotta grow up quickly so I can go find Rana.
Is it by the chasm? Is it in the chasm? Oh, what am I doing? Hold on. First things first.
Laid bare.
My guys. Are these just from like a different quest and I don't remember them? I mean, no, hold on. That symbol on his chest. That's the Abyss Order symbol. That's the same symbol that we saw on Clother, on Kaya's ancestor. Could this be Clother and Caribert?
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Yeah, that's... I got, hold on, I gotta look up Clother's outfit. Clothar. Who's the scion of the Alberic clan? Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's a 7-pointed black star.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and
Halfton
complex
had an
flavor
8-pointed.
profile
Kaya has an
that must be
8-pointed.
savored
Albedo has an
patiently to fully
8-pointed.
appreciate it.
The Helical Eclipse Tribe is 8-pointed. The Shadowy Husks, the Black Serpent Soldiers, the Automatons have 8-pointed stars. Wanderer has... No, the Wave Rider has an 8.1.
I see the value in my own work.
The
but I
Adventurers
also
Guild
see
is
the
an
meaning in all the
8-pointed
endeavors of the people
star.
of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my
The
duties.
territories of the Hypostasis are 8-pointed stars or octograms. I'm going to be doing research on a lot of these names later to try and find if I can find Sertology and any other... Or, Solnari, sorry. Rache is German for
Melusines
Avenger.
are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of
In
Fontaine.
Germanic,
Be sure to be friendly.
Rerir is the ruler who
Cause them
avenges
no
his murdered
harm.
father from the Volsung clan. Okay. I'm going to check... Vimara Village tree. Statue. I'm not seeing it. All right. That's... I don't see anyone posting about this. I might make a post about this later. Because that's interesting. I mean, they're wearing Connery outfits, and one of them has a multi-pointed black star. I just can't wait till Dane is eventually
So you hid it
playable.
way out here? Not an easy place
Still
to
wondering
discover,
if Dane
that's for
has a
sure.
new energy type.
Well, let's go check to see if it's safe.
Still hoping they add a light classification and a
Traveler,
dark.
wait. We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
Did something just alter his memory? No, Dane, stop. Talk.
Hey, wait up!
I'm still so curious about what his power is. All right. The Place of Revelations. Dane brings you to where he hid the eye before. As you continue onward, the answers will soon be revealed. But when you step within, there's something strange going on with Dane. No, they're not my
There's still a long road ahead.
strongest character. You know what? While I'm here, let's swap to Dendro Traveler. Hope there's a way, once we regain... I've heard so many theories about the Traveler. I hope once we get all powers... I know some people say that would be a great time to unlock a new power to, like, Light. And that's our true power restored. I hope we just get an access wheel so we can quick swap without having to do this. I don't care about white iron trunks, I have thousands. Regular iron trunks, I still care about that. Okay. Oh. Meh. Fine. I got Electro, I got Pyro, and I got the Traveler. Memories that should not exist. We're back in the chasm, and this... Oh, this immediately gives me bad feels. Look at this architecture. It looks a lot like Enkanomian architecture, and the architecture we saw within Caribear's memory. The memory of Caribear, sorry. Again, the Norse coding with, like, these runic, this almost...
There is no escape! Overruled!
Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal!
Go on! Everlasting as the moon! Laid bare!
It appears the mechanisms here have changed over time. You can access the upper floor through the side door. Perhaps you should try reactivating the mechanism over there.
If you were here not long ago, I would assume only, depending on if we're taking the game's time as canon, like 1 year in our world is 1 year in their world. It's only been a few years since you dropped off the Eye of the Field Tiller here. Right? See, look at the their eye. Multi-pointed star.
There is no escape!
Transfixed! Go on!
Fine, fine, fine!
And it's shining a light in a pattern. Like, I'm still wondering if the 4 statues have anything to do with the 4 shades.
Make sure all the runes are pointing in the direction indicated by the light. That should unlock the mechanism. Ah, the door's open. Let's go. Our destination is just up ahead.
I love wheel puzzles. Where's the door of resurrection? Just right there. That is the door. Okay. I wonder if within lore they'll ever explain the doors of resurrection that we used to see, those vine-like gates. Like that? Cutscene. No. Not cutscene. That'd be cool.
Looks like we can't go any further.
Be on your guard. I sense the presence of the Abyss.
Okay.
It's the Abyss Order! They're here!
Hydro Lecter. Witness to Destiny's inception. Cryo.
Scatter! Shine down!
Laid bare.
There is no escape!
This is where you fall.
Shine down!
Transfixed.
Just as I suspected. The false memories were a trap. Now that they're in the vicinity, we should have a chance to see.
Dane? What's wrong?
Can you feel that? There's been a disturbance in the ley line.
Wow, you must be really sensitive to that sort of thing.
You too. Do as I say. Use that mechanism over there and leave this place.
Leave you on your own?
The Abyss Order is putting something in motion. If you return to Vimara village, I suspect you might finally have the opportunity to locate the missing village. Just think of it as a way to divide and conquer.
I'm trusting you, but wait, no, in the trailer, I recognize this area. Something feels off. What am I missing? Yep. Yep. We saw this scene. It's him.
I knew going along with your trap would be the only way to meet with you face to face.
You risked your safety, and that of the Eye. That's quite the gamble, Dainsleif. But I believe that I am the one walking into a trap laid by the Twilight Sword.
So you came here all on your own? What about those followers of yours?
When the Twilight Sword is prepared for battle, any army I could send
Yeah.
would only be marching to their doom. Better that I face you alone.
We know he was the sword of Conria.
I know you must have a lot to say. But if it's a conversation you want, you'll have to defeat me first.
Dane, you really blocked me here.
The Abyss Order's on the move. The ley lines are all out of whack. We better hurry back to Vimara Village and see what's going on.
Currently in a special story, cannot complete the section.
Hey, look at those hilly trails over there.
They seem strangely
super
calm.
agitated just a little while ago. Why are they so calm all of a sudden?
Wait, I hear something.
In the New World, they bade farewell to the shrouded sun. At last, they no longer needed to dwell on their suffering, or try to differentiate between various thoughts of blasphemy. Such was the price they paid, and thus their souls became cleansed and pure.
Did you hear that? What was
someone's
that?
voice.
It sounded so gentle. Could that voice be comforting the hilly trails?
They don't have to be on the surface anymore because they go to rest when they're done in the
Oh,
in the
this is
chasm.
weird. Let's... Looks like the same thing is happening over here too. The hilly trails are calm.
You see, we're both still here. We've reclaimed an endless amount of time to love. Release your tears. You no longer need to hold back your sorrow.
Is this maybe Carabear talking to Clothar? Like all of the rest of this area. Let's head to higher ground. That all looks the same. That all looks the same. I can't really see over... The time of day is not changing, just like the dreams she spoke of. It's always dusk. Always twilight, if you will. Ugh.
Over there. It looks like they're sleeping.
In the end, he whispered softly, "Sleep well, Father. Sleep well, my beloved people."
Is the sleep well
When you
Carabear?
wake, that which differentiates us shall be no more.
It almost sounds like a poem or some... Well, now that the hilly trails have calmed down, Vimara Village should be safe at least. Let's put
Huh.
the situation to the side for now. Dane said this might be our chance to find the missing villager, so we should head back to Vimara Village before it's too late.
World Order narration. As in, like, giving an order to the world? As in manipulating Fate or Irminsul to... Alright. Yeah, I don't care about you. Amadia.
Grandpa Medea, is everyone alright?
Amadia.
The Abyss Order seems to be up to...
The Abyss Order? This is the first I'm hearing. Thank you for your concern. But as far as I'm aware, it's been business as usual.
Well, that's good to hear. Oh, also, you didn't happen to come across any clues about the missing villager while we were gone?
Someone's gone mid.
Huh?
You don't remember?
You know, the young guy from Vimara Village. That's kind of the whole reason we're here.
Ah, I do apologize. At least right now, I can't seem to recall whatever it is you're referring to.
But how is that? Something's definitely not right. We just talked to Grandpa Amadea about the missing villager. There's no way he could have forgotten all about him. What do you think, Traveler? Could everyone's memories of the missing villager have been erased?
Check with the others first. I just want to go back and see Dane versus Aether.
Someone's gone missing?
Just as expected. That guy you said a bunch of nice things about her? He's around 20 years old, and you...
Oh, I know who you...
Really? You were...
There aren't many young people who've earned that kind of praise from me. Then there's only one person who fits the bill. No doubt about it. But why'd you say he's gone missing?
Have you seen him recently?
Yeah, I just saw him leave the village. There was someone else with him.
The girl?
Strange. Bayram seems to remember him. And apparently he just... Do you think maybe it's not that there's something wrong with people's memories?
Given everything Dane mentioned about disturbances, it's far more likely this is related to memories in some way. Hey! We haven't done this... Alright, since Sumeru... We're traversing someone's
person
memories.
only exists in people's memories. Maybe we're in someone's memory right now. If we really did travel back to a time before he disappeared, that could explain why the villagers... Just like what happened with Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, no one...
Right! Paimon totally forgot about the leyline disturbances. We're in someone else's... Just like how you entered your sibling's memory last. That would also explain why we seem to be at a time before he went missing. It's a memory after all.
If we are in someone's memory, then it's our
Right.
chance to find him.
If he's someone who only exists in people's memories, then we're finally on the same term. But didn't Bayron just say that he saw him leave? Who knows how long this leyline disturbance is gonna last? Good idea. That'll help. We pretty much figured out that the missing villager has the ability to...
Implant memories into the minds of others.
That! Can we try to figure out more? Like, does it maybe leave a trick?
Must be an imperfect process. There's no way new memories could perfectly blend with the old ones. If I were to give it a power within the context of this world, it would be Dendro. That's just me throwing out there and having a silly theory. Because Dendro could hypothetically manipulate Irminsul, which is the tree of memory. I think that would be cool. Alright, scenes from false memories will
All
not
the
change.
memories seem to be set in or near Vimara Village. If time was allowed to pass within the false memories, there's a higher chance they might conflict with someone's original recollection. That would make it much harder to avoid. There's a difference between memories that arise from lived experiences and those that are implanted into the mind.
No wonder! All this time and the sky hasn't changed a bit! That must mean time isn't past. That's the tell of the fake memory. The implanted memories are basically taking place outside of the regular 24 hours of the day. If the memories included the regular passage of time, it would be easy for people to tell that something was off. Like there could be overlap or something.
Yep.
People might start to wonder why. That's why he makes sure the memories take place at a specific moment in time.
If we consider this in conjunction... I mean, it's a Tosa, but...
We thought Chief Amadea forgot about the missing villager. But it turns out, we're at a moment in time before Dainsleif had memories implanted into his mind. The color of the sky.
Oh, right! That's exactly what a Tosa...
It was always...
Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Yep, that has to be it! This is definitely a Tosa's memory.
To the tree! Again, we're going right back to where I just marked with the two figures sitting in the tree. K-I-S-S-I... Nope. S-I-T-T-I-N-G. Interesting. You can't gather wood within a memory. I can't use a camera. Let's summon my buddy Sarush. Figures are still in the tree. He's wearing an outfit that is so similar to Clothar. This has to be Carabear.
So, you see, Granny Jahiet was a mercenary when she was younger. She just talks like that out of habit. Oh, there I go again. Always talking about my own things. It's okay if you don't. You could also just talk about what you think of...
Oh, I think you're an incredibly strong and thoughtful young woman.
Alright, let's look up Clothar again. Clothar Alberic. Images. Same outfit. Same outfit as Clothar. I think Clothar's hair was a little darker. Yeah, Clothar's hair looked more brown. So my theory is this could either be a younger Clothar, but in that little synopsis they were talking about Rest Father. I think this is maybe Carabear returned to human form. He has Conry and garb. He has the octagram. He has the Conrian eyes.
You'll meet many amazing people and live a very happy life. You won't miss someone like me.
Huh? Are those your friends over there?
Why does he look familiar?
Oh, right. This version of Atosa hasn't met us yet.
Friends? I guess you could say that. It must have taken them a lot of effort to find me.
It's gotta be Caribert.
I should see what they need. I'm sorry, Atosa. We'll have to continue this conversation another
time, huh?
It's nice to see you, Traveler. I believe this is the first time we've met.
Caribert, say the name. Yes! Yes! The Abyss Order, the Loom of Fate. There's only one person that can connect all these together. I want to hear the other two first, but...
Founder of the Abyss Order. The man who broke the curse of immortality. Dane's brother. One of the 5 sinners of Conria. The one who stole the power of the Abyss. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the Loom of Fate. You're... Caribert Alberic.
Oh. You know me? That's quite the surprise. I don't believe I've met you before. Oh, I see. It was the memory, wasn't it? Your sibling's memory. You saw... the me from back then. This is Atosa's memory. I came here to say goodbye to her. But I suppose I'll just leave her a message instead. Come, let's find somewhere else to talk.
What? I wonder if that's translatable. I'm going to look up the text later. You know what? Here, let's look up Conria script. The long-awaited moment, the proof of existence. All right, hold on. Let's go to my achievements. Let's go to 4.7. The long-awaited moment. Without your knowledge, Dainsleif crossed swords with your sibling. Proof of existence. Enter Caribert's realm of consciousness. God, this is beautiful. It's a lot like Farina's powers, but it's also a lot like the frozen lake, the grave of the goddess of flowers.
I suppose you could call it the realm of my consciousness. I'm someone who no longer exists in the real world, after all. As you well know.
You look exhausted.
It's nothing. I still have enough strength to play the part of a good host. I've always hoped that I'd get the chance to talk to you like this. And now, the time has finally arrived.
It's a rare opportunity for me as well. What happened to you?
Extreme sorrow and pain. Hope and regret coursing through your veins. And a degree of abyssal power that defies comprehension. Father
tore off
told me
his
that once
mask.
I possessed all those elements, I would become the loom of fate, but despite his intentions for me, I never truly became the loom of fate. I was merely used as a means for its construction.
So he is not the loom, but he constructed the loom.
In truth, I died the moment I set everything in motion.
What?
The person you see before you now is nothing but a remnant of consciousness left over within the loom of fate.
So he died at that moment in Caribbean when he tore his mask off, but his consciousness remained as part of the loom? Or as the mechanism to... Caribbean is dead. That's why he no longer exists outside of people's memories.
As for your question, the loom of fate is a device capable of weaving ley lines.
Weaving?
In its primitive form, it can only be used to create and implant memories. But as more of it is completed, its power becomes stronger and stronger, until finally, it has the power to weave real ley lines of its own.
Now, okay, we're going to... Genshin ley lines. Ley lines are network of elemental energy and memory of everything that has lived in the world, both on the surface and down in the abyss. On the surface, the extremities of ley lines, ley line blossoms, can be formed at ley line outcrops, deposits generated from the flow of elemental energy. Okay. In domains, Irminsul trees are instruments through which the ley lines flow. And domains are built around those trees. Okay. Okay. So they're creating memories
Once fully
from
completed,
nothing.
the moment it gains the power to weave ley lines, it loses the lower level ability to influence memories, but it also becomes a tool that can change the entire world.
Literally gonna change the memory of the world. So that was the source of your ability to
Yes.
implant memories.
I have the ability to control the loom in its semi-completed form. I suppose you can think of it as a form of compensation. After all, its existence cost me my life.
So the memories that suddenly appeared in Dane's mind were implanted by Caribert through the half-finished Loom of Fate. I'm still lost as to why he went so far as to introduce himself to the residents of Vimara. Why did you implant memories of yourself into the people of Vimara?
That. I was wrong to implant those memories. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. Not only for everyone in the village, but for you as well.
And I like how you can see bits of Kaya.
I just wanted them to feel like I once existed
blue
in this
hair.
world. As if I had a chance at life.
So that's why. I never would have guessed. But is there any kind of meaning to this? Does only existing in people's memories really count as living?
I know what you must be thinking. Why would I do something so meaningless? But I just couldn't accept it. I had to know what it would be like if I had my own life. What kind of person I would be. What other people would think of me. Chief Ahmadiyya, Baram, Granny Jahiyat, Atosa.
They made the statues! There you go! It was Atosa and Carabare. Oh my
What would
god.
it be like if I could live alongside them? No cataclysm, no curse. Just a quiet life in a peaceful village. I was curious, so I selfishly tried to have my own life, even if that meant piecing together the version of myself that could have been. One memory at a time. I know it sounds stupid. After all, my life ended a long time ago. Any chance at living was stripped away from me when I was 8 years old. My consciousness left to mature in an illusory world of nothingness. Even the form you see before you was nothing but an invention based on my father's appearance. An imagined version of what I would look like if I had the chance to grow up.
In the end, it all stems from tragedy that occurred in Conria. You know, everyone is looking for you.
But there's nothing I can do to make them find me. If I could exist in the real world, I would return without a second thought and surprise them with the suddenness of it all. But, well,
Carabare,
it's
no!
not possible for me.
As I understand it, even though you only appeared in their memories, your existence was a great comfort. They all believe you once lived among them.
I know.
Well, now that I've found you, let's continue this conversation some other time. Dane still might need my help.
Captain Dainsleif. Twilight's sword, you mean? No need to meet up with him. Things should already be settled on his end.
Settled?
Exactly. As someone who could only exist in people's memories, the fact that I'm able to talk to you in my consciousness like this can only mean one thing. The Loom of Fate has already been completed.
What? The Loom of Fate is already complete. That means the eye of the first field tiller must have fallen into the hands of the Abyss. Could something have happened to Dane?
No need to worry about Captain Dainsleif. He's absolutely fine. The only reason he lost the eye was because I happened to guess exactly what he was planning. Captain Dainsleif has had the eye inside his body this whole time, hasn't he? His plan was to lure the Abyss Order to a false location, capitalizing on their pursuit of the eye in order to have the chance to confront the prince. He would then hand the eye to you and tell you to take it away from that location.
But he didn't hand the eye to us.
That way, Captain Dainsleif could accomplish his own goal and ensure the safety of the eye all at once. A very thorough plan.
But Dane never handed me the eye.
That's right. Because in his mind, he had given it to you already.
You implanted a false memory of him giving you the eye. You made him think
Before
that.
you two entered that false location.
That's
Traveler,
wild.
wait.
That is such
No
a
time
cool
to lose.
power.
Let's head inside.
That's such a cool use of memory manipulation. So when Dane froze up, it's because a false memory was being implanted into his
That was
mind.
when I implanted the memory of him handing you the eye. Given the tense situation at that time, Captain Dainsleif failed to notice anything out of the ordinary, and took that memory to be real. I'm sorry, Traveler, but I needed the Loom of Fate to be completed. And to do that, we had to retrieve the eye.
So Dane had the eye this whole time until the Abyss Order took it away. So now that the Loom of Fate is complete, what are you planning to do with it?
I promise I'm not trying to conceal anything from you, but I truly have no idea what the Prince is planning. Tevat's ley line system is deeply entrenched in the planet. Creating new ley lines can neither replace nor extend the ones that already exist. In the face of everything they could be planning,
Okay.
I fear I'm too insignificant to even get a glimpse of the bigger picture. In any case, I had my own use for the Loom of Fate, and my goal, at least, has been achieved.
What was
You
your
remember
goal?
my father, don't you? Clothar Alberic.
Oh yeah,
I believe
I
you
remember
saw him in your
Kothar.
sibling's memory. after he used the power of the Abyss to restore consciousness to my hilichurl form, I suffered from an indescribable level of mental anguish. To comfort me, my father told me a story. That this was a fairy tale world where I had to take on the form of a little monster. That story managed to dispel my fears. Even if just for a moment. My goal was simple. To use the Loom of Fate in its near-completed form.
To help the hilichurls?
Its ability to create memories was at its strongest. To implant a specific memory into the minds of the hilichurls.
Oh!
In that memory, I would tell them a
That's
story.
why they're all so passive.
Just like my father did for me.
Oh.
It was a story of fairy tales and love.
That was the story we were hearing.
But more than anything, it was the story of us.
So the thing that caused the hilichurls to calm down was Care Bear's story. His goal was that. That's the only thing he wanted. He had a device as powerful as the Loom of Fate, and all he wanted to do was offer the hilichurls a moment of comfort and peace.
I can't change the world.
Oh!
Not when I lost the very
You're
right
so
to
good,
exist
Care
within it.
Bear!
Implanting those memories, that was the most worthwhile thing I could offer.
Perhaps, I think it was very meaningful.
All that's left of my existence is a wisp of residual consciousness tied to the Loom of Fate. In truth, that trace of my consciousness should have dissipated long ago.
Oh, I'm not crying, but
My
I'm
goal
getting
was the
misty.
one thing that allowed me to hold on all this time. But now, the bedtime story is finished. And it's finally time to rest.
Care Bear. Okay. Oh, cutscene. Cutscene. And the statues of them are up in the tree. Of Atosa and Care Bear.
Looks like I was too late to see Kari Bear one last time.
It's happening!
Kari Bear's consciousness is gone.
No!
And this space will soon disappear along with it. Neither of us belongs here. That's why we're not tangible.
But he sees
it. Not the case. I'd love to hug you too. Well, how about a conversation?
Yes!
The chance to just stop and talk like this is certainly not easy to come by. Wouldn't you agree?
I almost can't believe it's real.
That battle earlier was tough. The one against Dane. I mean, I didn't expect that after everything, he would still hesitate to raise his sword against me. Were it not for that, perhaps I'd still be no match for the Twilight Sword.
What exactly are you
planning?
planning?
Even after 500 years.
This is wild. What are you going to do with the Loom of
Loom
Fate?
of Fate, huh? I still haven't found a way to utilize it to its full potential. But there's still time before the heavenly principles awaken.
So the Heavenly Principles are still asleep? Could that explain maybe why Farina and Focalors got away with their plan? The Heavenly Principles still asleep?
Yes. For 500 years now. Ever since the Cataclysm in Conria. There's been no sign of activity. Not long ago, you witnessed the Hydro Archon destroy her divine throne. Yes?
Oh yeah, it was wild.
Such a flagrant disregard for the rules. And still Celestia took no action. I suppose that's proof enough
That's
of
a
the Heavenly
good point.
Principles situation. However, the Heavenly Principles will awaken. We just don't know when that will be. Or what might trigger it.
You really hate the Heavenly Principles, don't you?
You could say that. Just look at Kari Bear. He was so pure and single-minded. The space we now find ourselves is a perfect representation of who he was. Quiet and peaceful, even as a hilly churl. Seeing the terrible sight within the mirror wasn't enough to taint his spirit. He brought comfort to the people of this world. Even though he was denied the very right to be a part of it. So ask yourself this. Who was it that deprived him of that right to exist? Of course, that's only one example. My feelings about the Heavenly Principles are too complicated to explain in just a few words.
I really want to see the alternative version of this too, with Sarah talking as Lumine.
Lumine?
You're the only one in this world who calls me that. There's so much I wanted to ask you. But for some reason, I'm not interested in asking those questions right now. There's just one thing I have to ask. One thing I could never understand. Why? Why can't we continue our journey together?
At the end of my journey, I arrived at a place known as the Sea of Flowers at the end.
Is that the... That's the flower field that we saw them standing in the Tevat trailer. Okay, okay.
Do you remember? A long time ago, when we traveled between worlds together, you told me you wanted to find a place in the universe where that one flower was in full bloom. To have a place like that suddenly appear before me? Well, would you think of that as a coincidence?
You mean?
I miss you too, Lumine. But as this war continues to rage, and as I continue to seek that final answer, I don't even know how to face myself sometimes. Let alone my own sister.
What's going on?
This space has lost its tether. I doubt it'll be able to exist much longer.
Cool.
In fact, aside from our ability to physically interact with each other, there's something else you should know about this space. With Kari Bear gone, I won't be able to remember anything that happened here. Everything in this space will be wiped from existence, including all memory of our reunion.
You're only telling me this now?
There's gotta be a way to restore this memory. It was so good!
Still so sleepy. Oh, Paimon woke up a little earlier than you, so Paimon will fill you in. The villagers said that they saw us sleeping near the village yesterday.
Couldn't make us up no matter how
came
hard they
by
tried.
just now. It looked like he was in. He didn't say anything though. Just made sure that you were all right and left. Kinda seemed like he had a lot on his mind, but that's Dane for ya.
He never changes. I'm having trouble thinking straight right now.
Let's think for a second. We were in that memory, and we saw that guy you called Kari Bear. He was the missing villager that we've been trying to find, right? And after that, Paimon doesn't remember what happened.
Kari Bear and I talked for a while. He told me about the Loom of Fate.
Really?
I guess our commission is complete. The only person who existed in memories was Carrie Bear. But now that he's got... So anything that happened after Carrie Bear faded disappeared. Oh, that's such a bummer.
Well, what happened after that?
Can't seem to remember. I'm not sure why. It feels like I've lost something.
Ah, there you
Because
are.
it happened, and even though we don't
Sleep
have
well?
memories of it, it left an imprint. Oh my god.
Bayram, you sure seem happy. Did something good happen?
Something good? Huh. Wasn't anything good or bad. It's just that, well, the village organized another search party yesterday. It didn't feel... So there we were, searching away, when suddenly this one guy said it all came back to... According to him, one day around dusk, he was passing by this one tree outside the village, and he saw our missing villager. There he was, sleeping under that tree all by himself. His parents came a little later to wake him up, and they all left together. It looked like quite a happy family. And after that, well, we all started to feel like that really is what happened.
So that's how Carrie Bear said his goodbyes. The last memory he gave them.
Oh, and we also remembered his name, Curry Bear. Now, that's not a name you hear every day. Would have been helpful if we remembered it sooner.
Make sure you remember it.
Well, I hope he's happy wherever he is.
Seems like everyone thinks Curry Bear left the village. That's probably for the best. At least they have some sort of explanation now.
Carrie Bear is gone. The Luma fate is now complete, and no one else will try and change the villagers' memories.
Paimon wonders how Atosa's doing. Maybe we should go check on her. Paimon didn't see her in the village just now, so...
I'm so curious about what the ultimate power of the Luma fate will be.
Hey, Atosa, how's it going?
Oh, it's you two. I was just about to go looking for you. I was part of the search party, so I remember what happened to Kari. But honestly, I just can't believe I forgot something so important.
I'm sure he wouldn't want you to forget him.
It's funny, but I have this feeling he told me the same thing. I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. Life is made up of a series of memories. As long as I hold on to our time together, he'll always be a part of my life. I'm just happy I got to meet him. Okay, I'll admit. I'm just putting on a brave. I was dumped. What otherwise, why would he just leave like that without saying goodbye?
I'm sure he had his reasons.
You don't need... It's just like Kari Bear said. It's the things we overcome that make life more precious. And you know, if he has a heart... Anyway, thanks for all your hard work, you two.
Well, that should be it, right? Oh, right! Weren't you about to tell Paimon what happened after your conversation?
I can't remember. Feels like there's something in my pocket.
A picture? Where'd that come from?
You must get along with each other, the two of you. What? Carrie Bear? Who? How'd you get a snapshot of us? Bedtime story. Let's go to our key items. A precious group photo has surpassed the rules. Been taken by some unknown person using unknown means in a space that should no longer exist. What the hell, Carrie Bear? What the hell? Was his last act essentially screwing with us? my god, I got so many theories now.
Incoming.
Enshroud! Be still.
When I'm done with Sayu, that would be good. Chiori's not bad. Diluc. Risley. He wouldn't be a bad combo for Ayato. Although Kaya would not be bad. Zhongling would not be bad. That actually might be really good to finally get Zhongling out. I've made multiple teams to... These are still my regular teams. Fighty Boys Do It For Me, Franz. This is a chill-out team that I'm working on friendship with, but these three are kind of... I don't have great, so I put Ganyu with them. That's still just my straight exploration team. These are all normal teams. This one, I'm trying to build friendship for. Sino, Benny, Arlecchino, and Chevrus. This is a fun team. I don't hate this. Rocks Fall, I'm currently trying to build friendship for this team. It all centers around Chiori. And Global Warming, I'm trying to build friendship around this team.
I knew you'd miss me.
I was hoping we would get to have a new fight in this, but it was still a very beautiful story. I can't believe, because they introduced Caribert a year ago, in the last update. I can't believe they've tied him up in such a satisfying way.
Perhaps we could take a walk by a riverbank or somewhere similarly fluvial.
All right, let's head off.
I knew you'd miss me.
Perhaps we could take a walk by a riverbank or somewhere similarly fluvial.
Count me in.
Who's a good Fontanian?
Armed and ready.
Yeah. go to the Court of Fontaine. You know, what's the moment, where's the place she had her most badass moment? It was actually the Fountain of Lucine. So while I think and ruminate on this story quest, I am going to do some pulls for Clarande. It was right here, along this stretch, leading down here. This is where Clarande had her most badass cutscene. Okay. I also have, I think, enough for a couple, like maybe 150 in my PlayStation wallet. I don't know if I have more than that. I might have enough for 200. Just in case, and yeah, that's all in my wallet. Let's do that. That's all in my wallet. Okay, I had enough for those. I don't believe I had 200, so we're fine. Alright. What's my history? What pity am I at? Okay, I'm at pity 1. So this is not great. Not ideal. But let's give it a shot. Clarande. Toma, Sethos, and Bennett. So we're hoping for Clarande and Sethos. Sorry, Al. I want to check what the weapon banner is. I do want the lithic spear. As weird as that sounds, it's the only one of these weapons that I don't have. And it's one of the only 4-star weapons I'm missing. As wild as that is. Okay. So quick prayer to the Genshin gods. Here we go. Clarande pulls. Come home, lightning mommy. Bennett. Okay. So that was 11. 21. I'm pretty sure Toma's maxed out already, too. Yeah. Okay, 31. Hey! Here we go! Early! Yes! 32. 33. 34.
Sorry, ma'am. Were you looking for me? Hello, hello. I'm Sethos.
35. 36. 37. 38. Hey!
I am Clarande,
39.
duelist of the Court of Fontaine. If you wish to hire my services, please state the nature of your dispute. You may leave out any extraneous details. Those are no concern of mine.
I really don't like these super long intros. God, she looks so cool. 1, 2. All right, we got both Sethos and Clarond. All right, first things first, let's check this out. Let's replace you.
Per your wishes.
Hers is pretty cool.
It'd be right there.
All right. So let's check out Clarond's style. 1. Sick. 1, 2. 1. Oh. Does that hold? No. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. That's pretty clean. Sethos. He's a side bow hold. It looks very like huntery. The slow charge. That looked cool. That transition.
Behind you.
Alright, you know what? Now that I got both of them,
I can't wait to see how this turns out.
let's see how they are in high-level combat by trying out their trials. Clarond first. Clarond enters Night Vigil state after using her skill. In this state, her normal attack becomes electro damage dealing pistolet shots, which grant her a bond of life. Her elemental skill becomes the electro lunging strike, whose AoE and damage increase and heal her once her bond of life reaches a certain threshold. Her burst grants bond of life and deals AoE electric damage. Additional elemental orbs drop during the trial event to facilitate. Okay. Oh, it's cool. I'm just holding.
Stop right there.
Check this out.
Evil looks. Shoot on sight.
That is wild.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. You asked for it.
I got you covered. Fire it up.
Ready.
Oh, and we can keep dashing through.
Time to testify.
Odds reveal. Final warning.
Midnight Phantasm. Don't get too close.
Into the shadows.
That's kind of wild. We'll quickly do I'll hate them just to get the extra primos.
By royal decree,
Let's dance.
Deflect.
Ready, steady.
Shadow Raven, let night fall.
Flicker. A process of elimination.
Odds reveal.
Alright, let's test out Sethos. Aim shots at charge level 2 to fire shadow piercing. Deal damage to all enemies along their trajectory. Charging speed will be increased based on the current amount of EM or energy, not mastery, elemental energy.
Excuse me?
Whoa! Feeling lucky today. You won this one. Way ahead of you. You are not welcome here.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Don't be scared. Ready?
Excuse me?
Cool. Alright, I get what they're going with there. So now. So, she's the second character that uses Bond of Life. We want a sword that has decent attack. Priority stat is Elemental Mastery for the sand. For the Goblet, Electro. For the Circlet, Crit.
Interesting. Even my suit.
There we go. Okay, that's the ascension I wanted to get her to. I'll have to grind him up a bit, so what I want off of him is energy recharge. Okay, what bows do I got that look good on him? Again, because the priority is aesthetics. I'm saving L to the end for Siegewin. Prototype Crescent doesn't look bad on him. That looks perfect. I think that's what they had him with in his cutscene. Doesn't cost a lot to get this to 50. Not bad. Eh. That does look pretty good on her. Actually, I don't hate that. I also don't hate that. 2 more high-level justices to max out Farina, which I do want to do. And he's next. So I want... Should actually be able to make this justice and equity. I really like the look of Clorand. Okay. Boom. Triple crown Farina. Equity. I think I wanted ingenuity for this. Sick. Whoo! Yeah, with the handle, it looks really sick on her. I want to see her weapon. Absolution. A rapier once wielded by a deceiver who had forsaken everything. It was a tool when he had disguised his identity. Alright, normally I say pulling on the weapon banner ever is foolish. I'm going to do 2 pulls and try and get Lithic Spear. Nope. It's my last one. My guy. Thank you. As insane as it is, one day, I hope to have this filled in. There's the Lithic Spear. Still waiting on Lithic Blade. Makai, whatever. Akuma, whatever. Wave Breaker. Hakushin. Moons, and then, I mean, I got all of these that until they stop releasing characters and start giving us, like, a better weapon banner pick, I don't think I'm ever going to get all these. I don't even care about most of them. I care about select ones. Like, I would love to get... I don't even know. Probably Verdict, which is Navia's weapon because it's so different and cool. Probably Calamity Queller. Maybe Memory of Dust for my Ningguang. Oh, they got Silver Shooter Bow for siege wing up here. That's cool. So a lot of these I don't really care about. But again, they'd be cool. These ones are more doable, the 4 stars. All right. Overall, we had pretty good luck today. Got both characters within 30 pulls. Got one of my missing weapons within 20.
Loaded. Enough. You've cleared your name. Yoo-hoo!
Behind you!
A sharpshooter.
Silence!
May I present?
Ready. Hunt them down.
Way ahead of you!
Settle down!
Into the shadows.
Alright, not bad. I gotta get used to her loop. Claron's gameplay loop.
Ah, the Shelby.
So it constantly builds her life, her bond of life. Bringing crit damage to 19 and gives us energy recharge. Okay, this is HP. This is important. She went down like a bag of wet noodles. Oh, also, sorry, very important. I think Wings of Companionship looks really good on her. No, no, no. That looks matches with her Electro. Wings of Transient Dream doesn't look bad. That doesn't look bad, but I think Wings of Companionship looks the best on her. Sethos. Wings of the Storm Rider looks good on him. There we go. I really like how clean her animations are. Is this the one that just summons a single Ruin Guard? No, this one summons regular enemies.
Ready.
Build Bond of Life, clear Bond of...
Where evil lurks, shoot on sight.
Activate, build Bond of Life, clear Bond of Life. Build Bond of Life, clear Bond of Life.
Excuse me? Behind you! Way ahead of you!
Into the shadows. Hunt them down.
Excuse me? Sage's wisdom.
Regular bolts are now weakened versions, but...
Still got this.
How did he die? Build Bond of Life, clear Bond of Life, build Bond of Life, build Bond of Life, build Bond of Life, clear. I always switch to team friends when I open a chest, just to build their friendship. Alright.
Shower me with praise!
Let's do one more. Sethos.
We're open. Behind you.
A hunter becomes the hunted.
Ready.
Where
Shoot on sight.
I got careless. Fry!
Way ahead!
Fry!
So that drains my... Okay, so whenever I use that, it drains my, the meter for my ult.
Into the shadow.
Jab, cross!
Hunt them down.
A little taste! I got careless.
Loaded.
There we go.
To Al Akbar!
Bow your head.
Does it rapidly drain his HP, his ult? I gotta read his skill. Perform a secret rite, Twilight Meditation. Deal electro damage to everything in its path. So he's meant to be in teams that deal a lot of... So he's good with off-fielders. Overload, Quicken, Aggravate, Hyperbloom. So he'd be great with Zhongling, Kokomi, Yao Yao. Okay. Grants a bond of life based on her own max HP before evading and dealing AoE Electro. So I think Hunter's Vigil is the best.
Amazing.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be using Sethos a lot. Clarande, I could see joining the stable.
Need to hire a dude?
Just for now, let's try this.
Cascade. Kamisato on. Suyu.
Into the shadows. Shoot on sight. Loaded. Time to testify.
Let's nip that in the bud.
Ready. Eagle looks. Shoot on sight. Loaded.
Alright, that's good. Next we'll start gathering some money, but I can do that off stream.
Let's finish this quickly.
You know what I can also do to get some quick money? But I don't think I've done in a hot minute. And going through that dungeon just now gave me a couple extra of these. That I have not done in a while. I always try and keep at least one. So 282,000. Thank you. $117 hydro. Oh, 1,577 geo. Standard musical mode for musical. This is the statue I was talking about earlier, the gloomy statuette, dark statuette, deathly statuette. An idol of the likeness of an unknown person. Cherishes the holy icon. This. See, my child, all that lies under the throne of heaven shall be destroyed by upheaval, and eternal peace of the pitch-dark void shall embrace us. That sounds a lot like the Abyss. A one-eyed carving, like Odin was Odin one-eyed.
On a big adventure.
Stay close and you will live.
Need to hire a duel?
Alright, let's go somewhere cool in Fontaine as we talk. But you know what? No. I know where we're gonna go. Not there. Um... Underneath the Temir Mountains.
I've never missed Fontaine so much in all my life.
So I did collect all the materials already to get Svanriter. That sounds more Germanic than Norse. Okay, here we go. If I'm going to sit here and theorize and do some research, there's one place that's most appropriate to do it. And it is what people perceive to be the door to Conria. Alright, so we have our new character sitting on the steps. To what I believe, I mean, just look at that. That is the 8-pointed star. The symbol we saw on Halfton, the symbol we saw on Clothar, and the symbol we just saw on Carabear. I mean, even up there. Same symbol. Okay. So. This will be where we'll do some theorizing. So first and foremost, among those many pictures that I took, was this. So let's see. Let's break it down. Do I see these letters in here? Looks like pi. This is not the same letter that's in Conria. Alright, what about... Okay. So this does not look like Conrian script or the Abyssal language. I'm not seeing a lot of recognizable symbols here. Is it Tevat? It's not the Tevat language. It is not Inazuman. Is it Sumeru? It's a Sumeru language. Okay. Okay, so here we go. So, if I were to translate this from Sumeru, that first one looks like it would be an F, A, kind of a spiral T. That's an R. Backwards G, heart backwards G. It's an E, it's the backwards G. The heart is a W. I'm guessing ELL, farewell. A. If that next one's a T, I got it, yeah. Farewell, Atosa is the first line. The second line, T with a number 8 next to it is an I. I. A. Not a Y. P. G with the long tail is an O. L-O. I apologize, I'm guessing. Is that an I? Or is that a G? It is a G. That symbol does not exist in this list, which means it's a new symbol. Which means it's got to be apologize. Yeah, I apologize. Pi with a thing. 4, I'm gonna guess. F. O. R. M. A. J. I. N. G. Well, unless that's a K. That's supposed to be a K? Yeah. They have it listed on here as a J, but that should probably be a K. Otherwise, maging. Or Mahjong. Y. The G is an O. I'm gonna guess that's a U. It is. Making you. I'll put JK. I don't know. Oh god, this is a sad line. I can already tell. I apologize for making you know me unwillingly. So this is his last message to Atosa. S. T. We're on the bottom segment now, the bottom two lines. Still, I... Yeah, that's a new symbol. Still, I'd... O-N... Okay, I'm on the very bottom line now. I'm getting it. Farewell, Atosa. I apologize for making you know me unwillingly. Still, I don't wish you to forget me. Oh, Carabere. My guy. So the different languages that are in this game that are possibly understandable so far. There's the language of Tevat, the language of Inazuma, the language of Sumeru, the Abyss language, and an Enochian language based on Abyss Mage incantations, and they do not make sense. All right. There's some real-world Chinese and or symbols, mostly in Liyue and on Liyue characters and in Ajdaha's shell. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so now's a good chance for us to... Sick. do some theorizing. Okay, so we have notes. The 5 sinners of Conria. It's what Dane called them. They worked together to stop the Vinster King, and as Nick in my chat pointed out, Vinster could be can mean dark. So let's check out etymology. Vinster. Vinster in Old High German, or Finstar, means dark. Perfect. So it would be the Dark King. Strong declension.
A duel is a battle of wills, and the sword an extension of the duelist's spirit.
Vinsterio.
If your heart recoils in fear, then your sword may as well be in its scabbard, because you will not wield it effectively against your foe.
The derived term from it would be like Nebelvinster, which means fog, right? Or dark fog. Okay. Finster is the descendant of Vinster. Okay. So that would be the Dark King. Dane claims he was working with the 5
duelist, my opinions do not matter.
To
For when I draw my blade, I am but an instrument of Fontaine's law.
They could stop the Vinster King, the Dark King, from rocking the consciousness of Tevat. Again, they bring up consciousness, and this thing was all about memory. And I mean, that was such a big part of Sumeru that it was all in the mind. They could not resist the call of the Abyss, and divided the power amongst themselves. A power that could destroy the world. Thus they became sinners, but also transcendent beings with world-shattering power.
Spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then your sword may as well be in its scabbard, because you will not wield it effectively against your foe.
So, we know what became of several of them. Reindatir, we do not yet know. She's gold in the Hexen Circle, though. One of the chief alchemists of the world. Master of Chemia. She was the head she's a longtime friend of Alice, which leads me to believe that Alice was in Conria. After discovering the heart of Nibirius with Albedo,
I've faced
she
many
disappeared.
opponents in my duels. Most of them I defeated. The rest surrendered.
Nibirius is
I have
suspected
never
to be a
lost a duel.
god, maybe even a former Archon. Because Nibirius is one of the demons in the Ars Goetia, same as Beelzebul, which is Raiden Shogun, same as Paimon. Same as Morax, Boer. Okay. So they discovered the heart of Nibirius and disappeared, leaving Albedo a note. Find the true meaning of the world. Reindatir is known to Skirk, who heard the name from her master, Sertologi. Alright. Hold on. We gotta pull up a new page. This was all... Catholic, this was all Baldur's Gate stuff. Here. This is all Narcissan Kreutz stuff.
In my role as champion duelist, My opinions do not matter.
Guillotine.
For when I draw my
No,
blade,
the all-devouring
I am
narwhal.
but an instrument of Fontaine's law.
Okay. So here we go. Let's do this. So the 5 sinners of Conria. Number 1. Would be Rheindathyr Gold, who was pursuing perfection. Alchemist, Gold. She created the
I've faced many opponents in my
Archon,
duels.
or
Most
the
of
Rift
them I
Wolves,
defeated. The
the
rest
Humus,
surrendered.
which is Durin, and the Cretaceous, which is Albino.
I have never lost a duel.
One failure was the Primordial Albedo, which she left in Durin's stomach. From the respective people, the fall of Conria set off a chain of disasters. Among them was the shadowy monsters created by Gold. The Rift Wolves. But the Golden Wolf Lord was one of her unintentional creations. Okay. So she has the heart of a former god. It's crazy to me that she created the Rift Wolves, who appeared during the fall of Conria and attacked. And Durin was super violent. Okay, let's look up the history lore. They're monsters of the abyss that erode the boundaries of the world,
is a battle of
created by
wills,
Gold, who classify
and the
them
sword
as
an
out of
extension
soul.
of the duelist spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then your sword may as well be in its scabbard, because you will not wield it effectively against your foe.
And she also has ties with the Hexen Circle. Rift Wolves are described as echoes left behind from the battles of years ago. Remnants of the disaster that plagued the Sumeru Desert at the time of the Cataclysm.
I've faced many opponents in my duels.
That could
Most
tie
of them
in
I defeated.
more between
The
Sumeru
rest
and Conria.
No.
Small pockets can be found in
I have never
Fontaine.
lost a duel.
In Alinus, the large Riftwolf inhabits the roots of Arrhenius, coupled with the root-consuming tumor. Okay. Alpha's soul is soil contaminated by aluminum and iron, which fits her description of things as substances, like the Chalk Prince, Kite Prince, Albedo. And again, so all these creations were made before the fall of Conria, which could have contributed to the fall of Conria. And she was just called Rheindathyr Gold. Okay. Number 2 that we know the most about would be...
A duel is a battle
Their
of wills.
Dearfulnir.
and the sword an extension of the duelist spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then your sword may as well be in its scabbard, because you will not wield it effectively against your foe.
In Norse mythology, Verdirfolnir is the hawk sitting between the eyes of an unnamed eagle perched atop the world tree. The storm pale, the wind bleached, or the wind witherer.
I've faced many opponents in my duels. Most of them I defeated. The rest surrendered. No, I have never lost a duel.
So this is it. It's all about the god Odin. Again, ready? Ratatosk is the squirrel named who runs in Yggdrasil's ash. He from above the eagle's words must carry, and beneath the Nidhogg repeat. There is much to be told. An eagle sits at the top of the ash. It has knowledge of many things. Between the eyes sits a hawk called Svirdirfolnir, and the squirrel called Ratatosk runs up and down the ash. Okay. He tells slanderous gossip, provoking the eagle and Nidhogg. Nidhogg would be a serpent or a dragon. The hawk is associated with eagle, perhaps with Odin's ravens. Again, ravens ties me back to Oz. For some reason, Oz and there have been some cool theories I heard about Fischl recently, about maybe she is from another world. That could be cool. And what if under her eye patch is a Conrian eye? Okay, that's just out of nowhere. A sky god. So, Verdirfolnir is the sinner. Right? He's the visionary. He is the one we saw chained in the chasm. So he was turned into a crystal and chained in the chasm. He's the one who corrupts people. They all desire perfection.
It's a battle of wills, and the sword an extension of the duelist spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then your sword may as well be in its scabbard, because you will not wield it effectively against your foe.
I'm just gonna leave you. Yeah, I'll turn you around. Let's see if I put you on a slant. Dang. I'll just deal with it. Okay. So, he was the visionary, and he's the one who forced the, Hilichurls and
In my role
Clothar
as champion duelist, my opinions do not matter.
to worship
For when I draw
him
my blade, I am but an instrument of Fontaine's law.
And it's through their words that the Abyss Order was formed. So you could say that Verdir is the true founder of the Abyss Order, along with Clothar Alberic. Also, like the Traveler said, the Visionary is probably the one who created the stone tablets about the prophecy of Fontaine. I mean, the name Visionary does kind of lend credence to that. So could this be more of a future sight thing? Okay, hold on. Hold on. New brain blast going on. The Wise, the Visionary, the Gold, the Foul, and the Rashier of Solnari. Okay, let's pull up the Hexen Circle. And known members.
I've faced many opponents in my duels. Most of them I defeated.
Because they've
The rest
helped
surrendered.
us.
No, I have never lost a duel.
But we know Astromancer, Barbeloth, Trismegistus. Nicole was a prophetess. Reindatir is the flower not of this world. Alice was one who will never lie. Alice could be a sage. Could the Hexen Circle be these beings? No. Because there's more members of the Hexen Circle than there was these 5. But the only other prophetess and foreteller we've heard about are Barbeloth and Nicole. Nicole in particular was said the one who studies the direction and order of Tevat. And this quest was called the World Order. There's got to be more ties to the Hexen Circle that I'm not seeing. According to Mona, Hunter's prophets, Fontaine's progeny is too great of a magnitude for ordinary astrologers to read. Anyone who can read the prophecy, which would be called a visionary. Fontaine's prophecy is so powerful that the one who provided that must have been a powerful visionary. The only title Skirk mentions...
In my role as
Sertology,
Verdolfinir, my
and
opinions
Gold.
do not matter. For when I
Power
draw my
ask-
blade, I am but an instrument of Fontaine's law.
Okay. In the Tale of Odin, it is an...
A duel
Okay.
is a battle of wills, and the sword an extension of the duelist's spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then your sword may as well be in its scabbard, because you will not wield it effectively against your foe.
So we do not yet know anything else that they have done yet, though. But he is... Oh, he's also Dane's older brother. It's also a huge bombshell. Okay. Next up, let's talk... The one we know the next most about would be Sertology the Foul. Okay, Sertology the Foul. Quick rundown of what we know. It's Skirk's master, which also makes him, or them, Child's grandmaster. is the owner of the all-devouring narwhal. I'm going to put in a little parentheses, pet, because it's their pet, right? He's keeping a being from outside of this world as a pet. Again, when asked about it, Skirk is the one who said, "My master, Reindatir Verdirfulnir, are those seeking a form of protection." Surtology is the name of the bright sword of flame wielded by the fire Jotun Surtur in Norse mythology. Surtur, of course, being the swarthy one, or Surtur the Black, is the guardian of Muspelheim, the realm of the fire giants. Alright. Suri, worship of Surt, Surtsi. Surt moves from oceans with a scathe of branches. There shines from his sword the son of gods of the slain. So that's his sword covered in flames. A bright sword. During Ragnarok, which would be Surtology. The end of the world. Ragnarok. Which would probably be the cataclysm.
I've faced
of
many
Conria.
opponents in my duels. Most of them I defeated. The rest surrendered. No, I have never lost a duel.
So, during Ragnarok, this is information given to Odin by the Vulva, the prophet. It says, during Ragnarok, Surta will come from the south with flames, carrying a bright sword, Surtology. Following that, stone peaks clash, the troll wives take the road, warriors tread the path from hell, and the heavens break apart. Then Odin is killed by Fenrir, and Surtur goes to battle against Beli's Bane, a kenning for the god Freyr, who slew the Jotun Beli. But there's no other information about the fight between Surtur and Freyr.
In my role as champion duelist, my opinions do not matter. For when I draw my blade,
It has
I am
to
but
do...
an instrument of Fontaine's law.
There are other tales, but I'm not seeing other tales of the sword of Surtur. Oh, right here. In Prose Edda, chapter 4 of the book of Gylfaginning. No telling if I pronounced that, how I butchered that. The enthroned figure of Third tells Gangleri about the location of Muspel. It's a bright, flaming region.
I've faced many opponents in my duels.
Impassable to those not native.
Most of them I defeated.
To defend
The rest
Muspelheim, Surtur is stationed at its frontier with his flaming
I have never
sword,
lost a duel.
and that at the end of the world he will go and wage war and defeat all gods. I mean, the Conrians hated gods. Surtur carried a flaming sword meant to defeat gods and burn the world. Hence why they are called the Foul. Okay, that's interesting. We don't know a lot about Surtology. Only what we heard during Masquerade of the Guilty from Skirk. Okay, Surtology is the bright flaming sword of Surtur meant to kill gods. The question is, there's a lot of questions there. Okay. The next one that interests me is, of course, Hiraptatir, the Wise. Which we know nothing about. We know absolutely nothing about Hiraptatir. But of course, Tyr harkens back to war, right? The war god Tyr, but it's one of the names of Odin, meaning the sage. Let's check out more about Hiraptatir.
A duel is a battle of wills.
And he's listed as Hiraptatir.
If your heart recoils in fear,
in a number of
then your sword may as well be in
books
its
and
scabbard,
poems.
because you will not wield it effectively against your foe.
The meaning is disputed according to Lindau and Larrington, who give the translation as sage. So the Wise would work for that. And if
I've faced many of them in my duel.
there it is, but I also want to read these for a second. Residual body left behind by rituals. Ordinary logic, these objects so alien to the world should not have remained behind after the creatures are exiles from the land. They are quite wondrous indeed. The hunting hounds of Alphysol are nothing of note before Durin of Humus, which is again the alchemical name for Durin and the alchemical name for those. All the marvels in the world must pale before Cretaceous, the greatest work of them all, which is albedo. I do want to go, let's see, let's look up humus in alchemical terms. In nature, humus consists of soil of plant debris, dead animals, and other organic matter. Through alchemy of bacteria, fungi, and other micro-life activity, organic materials reduced by degrees to soft, spongy essence. In alchemical terms, quite wondrous, the hunting hounds of Alphysol, Durin of Humus. The next stage of soil is chalk. Chalk is spotless soil, was used to make primordial man. So alchemical beings are alien to the world. In Dainsleif line in the Tevat storyline preview, we will defy the world with a power from beyond. Could the power from beyond be Kimia? Alright. Alpha Soul. Okay, let's check up, what's the other word? Cretaceous. Cretaceous obviously relates to the last period of the Mesozoic era, but that's not what I'm looking at. What is the Princeps Cretaceous? Usually translates as Chalk Prince. So Cretaceous literally means chalk? Etymology. Creta is chalk. Aesius more, so it's made of chalk or creation of chalk. Cretaceous. Cretaceous is the classical Latin. Cretaceous is also acceptable. If used as an adjective, it means chalky. Okay. So it literally means chalky. Cretaceous. Alphysol and humus. So we're all about soil. So it's just more and more pure soil. Now these are what I wanted to read. An idol made in the likeness of an unknown person. Even though the carving has seen many years past, it has not been damaged in any way. The previous owner must have cherished it like a holy icon. So, the Black Serpent Knights worshipped... Hey, good sir, how you doing tonight? Worshipped this being like a god. Right? The gloomy statuette was worshipped... as a holy icon, or holy relic. The dark statuette, an idol made in the likeness of an unknown one-eyed person. You can feel the strange warmth emanating from it, from within, as you hold onto it, like the shoulder of a dear friend. Perhaps this icon can indeed give people who understand it the significance, the courage to carry on. So, gloomy statuette called it a holy icon. Dark statuette called it one-eyed, which again calls to mind Odin. And the deathly statuette, one-eyed carving emanates ominous energy with no indication what it's made of. As you gaze upon this idol, you can almost hear a strange, comforting whisper. See, my child, all that lies under the throne of heaven shall be destroyed by the upheaval. The eternal peace of the pitch-dark void shall embrace us all. What is a pitch-dark void if not an abyss? Because he's one of the beings that absorb the power of the abyss. All that lies under the throne of heaven. The world shall be destroyed. Cataclysm. The heavens will be... Eternal peace. Of the pitch dark void. Now, I believe if I'm also on this page on my laptop on all about alternate names for Odin. Now, in Old Saxon, which is Germanic paganism, an ermine soul is a great pillar. Ermin is Jormir, which, like Ygir, is one of the names of Odin. So Yggdrasil means Ygir's horse, is the cosmic tree for which Odin sacrificed himself. So, if Ermin is Odin, like I believe, so that would also make him Hraptatyr the Wise, the Sage. Which I believe would fit with the description of the deathly statues. The one-eyed god. Worshipped and respected by the Black Serpent Knights who were in Conria. Because they were held by Conrian soldiers. Okay. Let's look at other Conrian creations. The masks would be Conrian. Broken Bone Mask. Devotion of Hilichurls to the masks. Glossy Bone. Hilichurls are so fascinated. They don't want to see their own reflections. We talked about that with Carabear. Lacking clarity. Inscribed with ancient magic. Nothing there. Black crystals of an unknown source. A ceremonial item. Hey, welcome back. How you doing, sir? Thanks for the raid. I'm doing some theorizing. I'm doing some theory crafting. You can see I got... This is all just now written down. So my theory was, of course, wrong. An elusive raid. Ha ha ha. Love it. Oh, I'm doing great. That was an awesome event. I loved this story. I loved Carabear. I loved all of it. It was so good. Alright. So, it makes sense that the Abyss people are carrying dead ley lines. If they're using the pieces of Irminsul, which are the ley lines, that explains why the Abyss and the Hilichurls are drawn to them. Because we find dead ley line branches on Abyss mages. I didn't even think that ley line sprouts, they look exactly like the branches of Irminsul. Okay, these are something else. These are something else. Those are not important. These are not important. These are not important. Not important. Not important. These kind of. Okay, let's look at this. Chaos Gear. Biomimetic Energy. Unknown Power. So this is the Chaos Oculus is the only one with actual important stuff. Rune Machines come... Little detritus. In the ancient past, the ruins were once part of a civilization mighty enough to touch the dome of the firmament, while ruin still waits in the deep places of the earth, awaiting the order to arise and tread all kingdoms underfoot. Nahida herself is a branch of Irminsul, that is true. Born from Irminsul, born from Irmin, who I think is Odin, aka Heraptir the Wise, one of the 5 sinners of Conria. Which means Heraptir or Irmin would be the father of Rukkhadevata. Okay. So I'm putting this together. So right here, we know that these... You had a whole discussion thread about the firmament. Touch the dome of the firmament while ruin still waits in deep places. Again, deep places immediately calls to mind the abyss. And the dome of the firmament could be the... The dome of the firmament could be the realm of heaven, or it could be the whole Tevat is upside down and it is breaking through the abyss that is above to go. You thought Rukkhadevata took the branch to create her next incarnation? Yes, but who is Rukkhadevata originally? That she can so well control the power of Irminsul, the tree created by Irmin. And I'm doing research over here. Irminsul is Old Saxon for Great Pillar, which ties in with Yggdrasil. Ygr meaning as another name for Odin, meaning it meant Ygir's horse, or the Great Pillar, or Irminsul, because Irmin was another name of the Great Ground. Okay. This... I don't even remember what these are from. Isn't the firmament said to be held up by the Great Pillar? The Great Pillar being Irminsul, which is why the ley lines tie through the world. The ley lines are everywhere. We see the ley lines in every nation. I was looking at these earlier. Obviously, these tie in with Reindotter. Her 3 creations were Durin, the Riftwolves, and Albedo. So the Concealed Claw is the Riftwolves, aka Alphysol, which is soil, like loose, detritus soil. Durin would be humus, which would be enriched soil that had life within it, and Durin had her first creation in its stomach, which poisoned it and drove it mad. I'm trying to remember Durin's story. I think it was something similar to that. Durin, the disfigured black skeletal dragon, the humus, created by Reindotter Gold. His corpse fell on the mountain of Vindagnir, leading it to become known as Dragonspine. His blood contained the power of the Abyss, and the blood is one of the catalysts that led to Dvalin's resurgence as Storm Terror. That's right, I forgot it was made of Durin's blood. Because Dvalin got poisoned during the battle against Durin. The Black Serpentine Dragon, or the Shadow Dragon. So, this could have been one of her creations that she created with the power, with not only her desire for perfection that all 5 of these beings sought, these sinners, but it's said that they took a dark power Durin was created by Reindater in Conria under the classification of humus. The miraculous creation alongside of Albedo. However, she took the primordial Albedo, the synthetic human. Her first attempt led to failure. It was left inside of Durin. Durin emerged in Mondstadt and caused devastation. At the time, everyone was preoccupied with the campaign in Conria and suffered greatly. Wolf Pup Rostam died during that battle. The Grandmaster... Okay, that's all with the elegy of the end. I'll read that in 1 second. Let's look up this. Vindagnir. The peak at Vindagnir, Sal Vindagnir. Sal Vindagnir has uncertain origin but appears to be derived from Old Norse, meaning the hall or the room. Sal is hall or room. And Vindagnir is a combination of wind and shell. So it's the soul of the wind shell or the soul of the husk of the wind, which could fit a dragon. Or I guess it was also a wind mountain, because it was in Mondstadt, the nation of wind. That would not be a bad interpretation. Okay, so we've talked now about Reindatir. We've talked a lot about Verdurfolnir, who was the visionary, crystal chained in the chasm, the one who made the Hilichurls and Clothar worship him. Through their words, the Abyss Order was formed to worship and use the power of the Abyss. So I think they're the most active right now in shaping the Abyss. Created the stone tablets of prophecy, making them a visionary prophet, as Mona called them. Dane's older brother, and Verdolfinir in myth is, in the tale of Odin, it is the hawk sitting between the eyes of the eagle on top of Yggdrasil. Alright, you just read, you posted something, sorry. When forbidden knowledge would sprout up, Celestia would launch the needles to cleanse it and prevent heaven and earth from collapsing. Meaning the needles could be interpreted as pillars. That is true. So let's think. One was dropped on Dragonspine, where Durin was. Durin's body was created in Conria, and it was created with abyssal power, and its blood carries the power of the abyss, and a nail was dropped there. 2, one was dropped in the chasm, filled with the Serpent Knights, the Black Serpent Knights. Again, find it very interesting that Durin was the Black Serpent Dragon, and the Knights were the Black Serpent Knights. So the Black Serpent Knights and the Black Serpent Dragon. Obviously, there's more there. So that was dropped in the chasm, where the power of the Abyss still is messing around. That's where the Hilichurls go to die. And one was dropped in the desert, not far from the gate to Conria, not far from where I am now.
Most of them I defeated.
I'm at the gate to Conria, right here. And it was dropped right here, right in the desert of Hadramaveth, to create this endless sandstorm. Now, I do find it incredibly interesting that the resting place of the Goddess of Flowers, created by King Deshret. He created this resting place for the Goddess of Flowers, and that's directly below an endless sandstorm where another nail was dropped. it kind of speaks to the fact that Deshret might be Hiroptir, the Wise. The whole desert used to be lush green before the needle fell. Yes. Also about that, this is a cool one that someone pointed out. I'm trying to remember which theorist I saw that. I think it was... no, not Aster. Ashokai. Yes. So she had this theory last year. I think it came out after the Carabare quest line. But I think I've heard others talk about it too. Because she has a whole thing on forbidden knowledge and the truth of the world, which is a really good mini-series. The Secret Conrian Bloodline, blah, 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 blah. That's all about the Knave. I am very interested to see how Arlecchino is eventually going to tie into this, being that she's most likely the last child of the Bale Moon dynasty, which was the dynasty before the Eclipse. Again, Eclipse or Black Sun, which is what it's called in the original Chinese. It's the Black Sun dynasty, which was the final dynasty of Conria. And before them was the Bale Moon dynasty, which is Arlecchino. The Secret of the Gnosis, Sumero lore, Hankston Circle. Where is it? It was a video on Who is the Sinner, and they talk about one of the most interesting things.
I've faced.
Yes, I have read Para and Harry. What he points out. There we go. One of the most interesting places that is not even marked is this right here. All along from Caravan Ribat, all the way up. These rocks are the walls of Samael. Who was the angel of death. Also called, like, the poison of God. That's literally what Samael translates to. It might be wood. Yes, you're right. It might be wood that was raised by Rukkhadevata being the dendro. But the name itself is what I find interesting. The Wall of Samael. Because, again, it has more Gnostic ties to, like, Gnosticism. Because Samael was, like, once a servant of God who was one of the first, I believe, first angels to rebel. To turn on heaven. And there are some translations, I believe, that have Samael referred to as Vice or the Tempter. And there are texts that say Samael was the serpent who tempted Adam with the Tree of Knowledge. In some translations, Samael is Lucifer's other name, but not in all translations. In some, you're not wrong. But not originally. I believe originally they were separate entities. But in some, Samael was the serpent that tempted him with Samael was the one who planted or created the Tree of Knowledge. Irminsul in this world would be the Tree of Knowledge. So Samael could be another name for Ermin, could be another name for Deshret, could be another name for Hraptir the Wise. Hraptir the Wise. Hraptir. I'm thinking all of it is the same person. The way Odin has so many names in our world, it could have so many names in this world. Which is why we get things like... Nope. You. Like the statuettes dropped by them, which is why it's revered as a holy icon by some, a warm, like, icon of carrying on, and this, a statue that symbolizes death and is giving strange whispers and giving off ominous energy, because I think they're all different representations. And the reason I really like this theory is that, like, we know that the black, or the blackish purple crystal that we saw in as the sinner in Carrie Bear's story quest, we've seen one other crystal that same color, and it was in the backstory of the Goddess of Flowers and Rukkhadevata and Deshret, and it was Deshret that was represented as a black crystal. Now, in all of Genshin, there are images of the God of Flowers, there are descriptions of the God of Flowers, there's descriptions of Rukkhadevata. There's never a description of Deshret. He's always represented as a 8-pointed black sun. Again,
most of them I defeated. The rest surrendered.
I really think there's credence to this theory that Deshret is Ermin, is one of the founding leaders of the Black Sun dynasty within Conria. And if they're maybe like, if the Wise was the most respected leader of the 5 sinners, I could see that. The way Odin was the leader of the gods. So that one has a lot of credence to me. We also talked about Sertologi, the Fowl, who is Skark's master. In mythology, I'm not seeing any items that would really tie in with Sertologi. Deshret does hail from Celestia, yes. But King Deshret had one thing that I think was interesting. King Deshret, so that would make King Deshret a god. But King Deshret said that mortals do not need the gods. Deshret was the only god who did not want to be worshipped. I'm trying to remember what book that was in. But Deshret did not want to be worshipped, which kind of fits with Conria. They recognized that gods existed, but they did not worship gods. They wanted a nation built by mortals, or built for mortals. And also, I kind of think it fits the theme of it very well, that a nation of mortals that defies gods was built on the back of a god. I find that interesting. So right here, Leyline spread. It said there was a great tree whose roots spread over every corner of the world. We all know what that is. That's why he shared his throne with Rukkhadevata and Nabu Malakata. Yeah. Well, I mean, they were friends. He loved them and respected them and did not care for worship. The branches had broke off. It was never broken off or taken far. For its vitality, that it still sprouts new leaves even now. Knowledge still grows. Alright. I don't think anyone else. Fungi definitely don't. This is obviously all about the king of the desert. whose brilliance was not looked upon like the sun. Ruined drakes. The dragons were the primitive and ancient bodily form of the supreme elements. Comes from ruined drakes. Among the ancient lost kingdoms, there are people who are obsessed with the idea of mimeses, be they hypostasis, pure ordered elements, or the primitive power of the dragons. These people believed that they might all be replicated to the point where they surpassed... Okay. So these are also Conrian recreations of dragons. These are from Primal Constructs. Right here, Primal Constructs. The Lord of the Desert once had a dream and a great many promises. The Legends of the Desert said these machines were originally vehicles for unknown promises. I could see that tying in. Again, the crystal shape kind of ties in with Deshret being turned into a crystal. I guess that one's a bit of a stretch, though. These are from the Consecrated Beasts. These are the flowers yet to bloom are from the Hilichurls. These are the Fontamar Aberrants. Those are all from that. These are from the Tainted Life Force of Oceanids. These are from the body of Alinus, who was an ancient dragon. Like a light falling to the bottom of the abyss. I don't know if what we got on Petrichor is going to tie in a greater way. With Remus and all of that. I don't know if that's going to have greater implications. Here, right? A branch taken from the center of the world. There was once a tree that ran across the world. This twig was a part of it. Though it has been removed from the tree, their connection remains strong. Therefore, as long as the giant white tree that symbolizes the center of the world, the great pillar, does not die, it will never wither. The trees symbolize life. In one of the stories from a certain place, there was a person who entrusted her consciousness to the white tree's branches before she passed. In that way, neither her life nor hope would be lost, so that the branches would grow and sprout. Trees symbolize wisdom. In one of the legends, this is it. In one of the legends, a sage hanging upside down on a tree had acquired knowledge of how to inscribe runes and control sacred words, and thus followed the kingdom established along the tree's roots, gaining a glimpse of the secret of the cosmos. Right there. What if the dark power that they gained was forbidden knowledge? What if the power of the abyss was forbidden knowledge? And that's what, because they right there, they said, the way they the word they used to describe him is sage. Hiraptatir means sage. And there's a legend of Odin, also known as Ermin, hanging himself from a tree in order to gain knowledge. He followed the kingdom established along the tree's roots. Again, if it's hold on. All memory, because wasn't These are ancient giant trees. Tunigi Hollow and Vorakasha Oasis, right? Could one of these have been the physical representation of Irminsul? And there's a kingdom right here, built below the roots of that tree. I'm trying to remember what the lore was for Tunigi Hollow. Was the epicenter for the abyss monsters and mass of forbidden knowledge that polluted Conria. To avert the crisis, several gods, including Rukkhadevata and Egeria, ventured to Tunigi Hollow to suppress the defilement seeping from the godless nation below. Tunigi Hollow is named after Yer Tunigi, the smoke hole of the earth. Okay. So what would Vorashka Oasis be? Because I've recreated the giant tree there. That was the birthplace of the Pari, the Sea of Flowers. Dominated by the Harvest Tokum, the massive tree born from the remains of Egeria, the original Hydro Archon. And it serves as the god of the Pari. I forgot that the god of the Pari was Egeria. Which is kind of why they look like little Oceanids a little bit. Praise be to Harvest Tokum, extinguisher of the flaming sign, searing the sky. Again, goddess of the rain. Okay. So it's not Irminsul's physical representation. It's not that. Still interesting. Still find that weird. Oh no, there it is. So trees, all knowledge, memory, and experience flow through the giant tree. Just like streams flow into rivers, rivers join the sea turns into clouds, and the clouds turn rain into the ground. Again, that's very water-centric, so that could have some ties to the tree birthed by Egeria, I think. The tainted blood is the blood of Durin. We talked about that. The foul blood he ingested, the lies whispered from the abyss, and the anguish of abandonment. His abandonment by Rheindotter for his imperfection. Through tears shed and songs sung, the unholy spike that grown on Dvalin's body were smashed to pieces. I don't think anything that has to do with Osile. I wonder how Osile could tie into the greater story. We still don't know that. We know that they originally wanted the eye of the original field tiller to use the Loom of Fate and somehow convert Osile into a weapon for them, and I wonder if that's still on the table. This has nothing to do with the Fatui, I don't think, so I'm not worried about them for now. A philosopher in a faraway ancient land once posited that where there is life, there is death. Naturally, where there is death, there is life. If not, the fleeting light cannot resist the eternal darkness, and all withers to nothingness. The rules among the stars dictate that nature must be conserved, but the laws of the universe have never conserved. In a sealed box, destruction always overpowers new life. Millennia upon millennia of prosperity are but an instant in a span of 1 billion years. The greatest of achievements, the proudest accomplishments, in time all will tarnish, decay, dissipate, and fade to oblivion. Thus there are things floating in the stars once adorned with countless prestigious titles, from innumerable civilizations shedding tears for their ordained demise. These tears stream down, out of desperation, out of hope, will be utterly extinguished. Here we go. Their tears stream down out of sorrow, become scattered in cold, dark, endless void, abyss, where all things end up. Every tiny, beautiful silhouette, every moment worth remembering, will fade, even stars, even the so-called gods that are determined to save everything worth saving and devour everything should be devoured. Until the end, until the sea of stars recedes to nothing but dying embers, until a newborn world moves for the first time in the stomach of the whale. There will be no more sins, no more sadness, no more tears, because everything died with the ancient stars. That's dark. Lightless mass. I'm still wondering how the all-devouring whale fits into the greater things. The Crimson Moon Dynasty, right here. That has to do with more father. Comes the lightest child of the Crimson Moon to record sins. Fortuna. That talks of Fortuna, which was in the DLC, the most recent patch, 4.6. I still wonder if like the other dragons are gonna tie in more. I hope we get more tie-in during Natlan with the ancient dragons. We learn more about Apep, Ajdaha, and maybe a Linus even. Okay, so that's Heraptatir. Sertologi the Foul, which is Skirk's master. Sertologi, of course, meaning the bright flaming sword of Surt, which was meant to kill gods.
Duels.
That's
Most
easy.
of them I defeated.
The last
The
one.
rest surrendered. No, I have never lost a duel.
The last one is the most interesting that I don't really get. Rarir, the Rashay of Sonari. We had two definitions for them. Rarir, they shared this godlike power. Right here. So this is not in Norse. It's the only one that does not have a basis in Norse mythology. It's Germanic, right? From the Vorsunga saga? Oh no, it is Old Norse. Okay. Rurir is the son of Sigi. Sigi being one of the sons of Odin. So right there, more ties with Odin. Rurir being the grandson.
A duel is a battle of wills, and the sword
Odin.
an extension of the duelist's spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then you're...
Alright, thank you. So Rurir is the grandson of Odin, who avenged his murdered father. He ruled Hunaland and became a powerful ruler. And his son was Volsung. Rurir and his wife were unable to have children until the goddess Frigg. And the wife of Odin sent a giantess named Tjod in the shape of a cow to deliver an apple of fertility. Shortly after, Rurir's wife becomes pregnant. However, Rurir dies from illness after the conception. His wife remained pregnant for 6 years until she realized she was dying. She was cut open to deliver the child, but it cost her her life. The child, called Volsung, was delivered well grown. Okay. Weird story. So, Rerir avenged his murdered father. Rerir, and then the word describing him, Rache, literally means avenger. Assemble. My big question is Solnari. I do not mean Solbari. No. Does they know? Alright, I'm not seeing any word for Solnari. But he's the Avenger or gets revenge for Solnari. I'm seeing no etymological. I mean, the obvious Sol would be the sun. That's obvious. What would be an etymology for Nari? What are some possible things for Nari? Armenian or Latin? No, it's nose, buffalo. Clock, maybe like the time of the sun. I could see that. Nari in Hinduism, in Buddhism. I don't think it does that. Norse. Nari. In Old Norse, Nari means a poet or a feeder or one who nourishes. Okay. Okay. So Solnari could be one who nourishes the sun, and if you're part of a black sun or eclipse dynasty, that could be something. So one who tends to or feeds the sun. The Avenger of Solnari. That's all we got from them. We have nothing else from Rerir. They became these godlike beings and were corrupted by the abyss, corrupted by forbidden knowledge, because we know that forbidden knowledge manifests in the form of that ooze, right? In the chasm. chasm. In the underground mines. Spirit Stone. The Nameless Ruins had ties with Conria. The Upside Down Structure. Oozing concentration, or yeah, oozing contrition. Are different leveling. Requires lumen stone. Yeah. The oozing filth is said to contain forbidden knowledge, which has been purified and stabilized because of the divine nail. Okay. So if that's what happens when forbidden knowledge comes into contact, but it's still tied in with the abyss. And we know that the blood of Durin and the oozing filth of the abyss were used by I got it. Hold on. Was it by Jacob? Yes. By stealing the power, Jacob of the Narcissan Kreuz Ordo turned himself into an abyss soldier by taking the red stone, which is the concentrated blood of Durin, who was corrupted by the abyss, and the oozing filth from the chasm. Huh. This is wild, man. I don't even know, man.
Sword may as well.
So this is a lot of... this is a pretty big lore bomb, I'll say.
Because you will not wield it effectively against your foe.
We know this right here is where Egeria died. I completely forgot about that. That this is where Egeria died. That was created from her. And the Paris, like Sarushir, do kind of have that shape. We know that Deshra created the Golden Slumber. There's just so much lore here to try and parse. But I feel like because of how much work went into the lore, particularly in the Sumeru region, and we keep seeming to come back to it. I mentioned that earlier. I find it very interesting that we started... right here. First off, the effects here are very similar to the effects of the dream world we were just in. We know one of these is Deshret's thrones, one of them was Rugadavata, and one was Nabu Malakata. So I'm wondering, why do we keep coming back to Sumeru? Because I believe Sumeru has some greater importance. And I think the lore has always been phenomenal in Liyue, in Mondstadt, if you look into the Lawrence family, and Durin, and all of that. And Inazuma, with the Orobashi, and
in my role as champion
the
duelist,
previous
my opinions do not matter.
the
For when
god
I
of
draw my
Watatsumi,
blade,
and
I
obviously
am but an
everything in
instrument of
Enkanomiya
Fontaine's law.
is still going to tie in. The Four Shades and all of that. I still believe that's going to tie in some greater way. I believe when we start learning about Celestia and the Heavenly Principles, that's when we're going to learn more about the Four Shades, the Three Moon Goddesses, all of that. I believe that ties in with Celestia. I believe Deshret, Nabu Malakata, Gorobad, all of that ties in with the Abyss. So I feel like there's three competing storylines here. There's the God storyline, there's the Abyss storyline, and then there's the Fatui storyline. And our character is just smack dab in the middle.
I've faced many opponents in my duels. Most of them.
Alright. Well, that was almost an entire hour and a half of just me yammering and theory crafting. That even more strongly than I pitched 4 hours ago, that I really think Odin is Deshret, is Ermin, is Hraptatyr. I believe it even more now. The ties of all these characters to Norse roots, which has always been a basis for Khaenri'ah, I find it even more interesting. And, I mean, like, even if you go back to Caribert was a Frank king. A Frankish king, right? Yeah. Caribert is a Frankish king, meaning glorious warrior. And Clothar was as well. Yeah, like in the Kingdom of the Soissons, Clothar. Also Frankish kings.
In my role as champion duelist, my opinions do not matter.
Tied in with
For
the
when I draw my
Merovingians and
blade,
stuff.
I am but an instrument of Fontaine's law.
I could honestly keep speculating for another few hours. But that would not get us anywhere. So, we have finished the active story. Once again. Meaning we have nothing to do until 4.8. Never mind, we have this. We have Claron's story. Plus, I got a bunch of other like little side quests I want to do. There's a few world quests that I have not done that I have achievements for. So I think I will be back later, probably next week, because this week's pretty packed. Tomorrow I was planning on doing Wuthering Waves. Genshin-like. Hopefully it runs a little better. I've been playing it off-stream and it's been running better. Hopefully on-stream it runs better. And so I wanted to play Wuthering Waves tomorrow. Friday, I have 2 different streams for Summer Games Fest. On Friday, we have the Summer Games Fest main show, which I'll be streaming. I'll start streaming around 4:30 Eastern, and but I think do some predictions. But I think it officially starts around 5 o'clock Eastern for me. So I will be watching that. I will also be watching the Devolver Digital. I think it's called the Devolver Direct this year, because it's always a wild ride. That is always a weird show, and it's always a lot of fun. So those are both on Friday. On Saturday, I wanted to do one more stream of Sandland and one more stream of Paper Mario, but there's also the Xbox showcase and the PC showcase. Sunday had the Ubisoft, which I don't know if I really care about the Ubisoft. All I think they're really going to show off probably Assassin's Creed Shadows. There's some other stuff that I think they might show, but I don't really care about Ubisoft right now. Yeah, I believe those are all the big shows. There's going to be smaller shows smattered throughout, but those were the main four shows I wanted to do. The 2 on Friday, and Xbox and PC on Saturday. I'm going to try and do Sandland and Paper Mario, but I have a event that night, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to. So I might do a game stream for that. So maybe I'll do Sandland and those two reactions on Saturday. Sunday could be Paper Mario and maybe more Genshin. If not, we will be back with Genshin next Tuesday for Claron's story quest. I've successfully pulled her, so I'm not in a rush. I might play her in the meantime and try and get better at her style.
Into the shadows.
It seems like it's going to be a lot of fun playing with the Life of Bond and trying to get her to work out. I want to see how she pairs with Arlecchino and another Life of Bond character. I'm going to be interested to see how she pairs with Siegwin. It's interesting. I like how aggressive her style is. She's a highly aggressive on-field DPS. I'm very interested. I feel like this was such a good update. The thing that broke my heart more than anything, I will say, is that the Traveler did not remember their meeting with their sibling. We remembered our meeting with Carabare, thank gosh. Because I actually think that got to me a little bit more. That Carabare did everything just to give the Hilitrolls, and he knew it wouldn't last, just to give the Hilitrolls a moment of peace. So I'd like to believe it's all the Hilitrolls in the world had a brief moment of just happiness as they were told a story from Carabare. We translated that one screen which was Carabare's farewell to Atosa, showing that those feelings were not unrequited. Farewell, Atosa. I apologize for making you know me unwillingly. Making you know me unwillingly just means, like, it's kind of a messed up sentiment, but still, I don't wish for you to forget me, is so sad. Like, hey, I know you didn't ask to know me. I know I inserted myself into the memories of you and your people, but I loved our time together and our memories, and I don't want you to forget me. Please don't. It's really sad. And I like Carabare a lot, and I kind of wish we get a little bit more of Carabare's story. Hell, bring Carabare back as a playable character. Remake his character model. Give us Carabare as a playable character. I don't care. He deserves it. He's a good boy. Man. Sad. Alright. That is it, though, for this thing that I'm doing. Before I keep rambling, we got a lot of information on the Sinners and a lot of theories being spun. But that is it for this thing that I'm doing. I just explained everything I'm doing this upcoming week. Next week should be even easier because I believe I don't have anything at all in the afternoons next week. I think I have Monday off. I'm not positive. Monday night. Because usually I don't stream Monday nights. But I'm going to also try and do a Fortnite stream, a Paper Mario stream, a Sandland stream, and another Genshin stream. So make sure you're following me at Twitch. And make sure you are, if you're not following, you can follow me over on youtube.com/HollowAvarice, and all these things are VODs there. All right. Thank you for joining me. You guys are the best. Nick, Bacon, you guys are great. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for the raid. And until next time, stay awesome. Peace.